Welcome back. Welcome back. Once again, Bitcoin sat still for us. I like to take credit. Like it's been doing anything but standing still. But yeah, at least nothing too crazy during class. And it still held its bearishness, which is cool. Now, all we need is for this support resistance to do exactly what it's been doing and act as support resistance. And we can drop down to our next level. Welcome back, YouTube. We're seeing a lot more aggression out of our degens today than we did yesterday, though. On both sides. No, no, bro. Feel the same way. Don't you do it. Don't you go into that range. We need to address the larger M pattern that we are putting in here. But one thing at a time. Let me clean this up a little bit. Let me move this over to here. Get it away from that arrow. Get rid of this. I'll leave the invalidation there. That M is all squished now. That looks crazy. Let me draw larger M. And let me stop that damn noise because that's gonna drive y'all crazy. Low breaking W is what's giving us this bear flag. We're also underneath both pointer controls here from the two ranges that we just broke recently. The measured move from that W does take you through liquidations, unfortunately. Worse than that, it puts us back into that range, which is really the issue. It's not about going up. It's about going up when you know you don't have what it takes to break that. So at that point, what are we doing? Y'all just want to bang up against this thing forever until everybody gets rid of their coin, and then like what's the move?
Maybe some people are starting to think that's the highest price they're going to get. So the higher they can get into it, or, it's a sure place to get rid of their coin a little higher than right here.
And to me, that just smells like whoever's getting rid of their bags up top isn't done, and they're not ready for price to get away from their exit yet. Like they want to run it up one more time to get another chunk of their bag off, which is fine. Go all the way up there and do it, but just for the love of God, don't go sideways. You know what I mean? Like, let's go hit that. Let's go bang up against that 65 and go crazy. Let's do it. We haven't invalidated the what you call it yet, right? Let's go all the way up here and go nuts. But let's like do it, This is what I fear. Like doing something like this for the next 4 days. I'm not even gonna draw the squiggle because that backfired last time. I was getting blamed today in chat for drawing the sideways squiggle the other day.
Well, I mean, you did draw it.
It's true. It's a fact.
We need to convince more people to sell. And then they'll go up and satisfy the people who are trying to get rid of theirs. It'll be a mutual, and then we can go down.
Right? You don't make it so complicated.
Have people added to the pool yellow up top?
We're basically sitting at 1, 6, 9, 14, 18, 24. Yeah, they've added some. We're probably closer to 5 now than 4.
Like so many people are, or there's so much there.
It's almost like people are piling onto it. Like, yeah, we're not looking. Okay, this is the ceiling. Cool. Then let me try to get some off at this level too, basically.
Yeah, you can almost envision them piling in.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody could envision them piling in, it would be you, because that's how you think.
Yeah, they're sort of just jumping. I mean, you can't blame them, right? Anybody that wanted to sell higher has to be reconsidering that decision.
I can kind of see it like a magnet, and then like all the orders are little people, kind of like your thing in the magnet, it just gets stronger and then sucks people, from the higher levels down. These little people. I should just stop talking now.
Why? Get out of your head.
It can be weird sometimes.
I think it's part of your charm, man.
Well, thank you.
All right, 200 EMA. I mean, 800 EMA. Top part of that range. If this is gonna flag out from being a slow breaking W, then it should do it here. It's not a flag. You're just gonna get the measured move from the range. So it's not that big a deal. This measured move is bigger, but rejecting off that 800 would be a decent sign that that's going to happen. If not, chances are they're going to sweep those licks. I need to get some caffeine and some protein, and I will be back. I've got the screen up though. If anything crazy happens, I'll jump right back in. Gotta go figure out what's going on with this Google stuff. Your invalidation for that W is at 64195.
Oh my God, stop. Dump it.
What's going on, family? Is my hearing gone? Somebody say something? I just came from the gun range. My shit is still ringing. Nah, I was leaving the gym and one of my homeboys was at the range. So I just stopped by to shoot the shit with him. Well, literally. For a couple minutes. I didn't have any of my, just my little personal. And then I low-key forgot I had it on when I turned the camera on. I had to like be a ninja. YouTube is weird about that type of shit.
Bear market that bad, huh? You can't have your own protection.
I didn't go like prepared. I just popped in like, hey, what's going on? Oh, that's cool. Let me see that for a second. Pum, 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 pum.
Your friends don't even look to see if you got like, at least toilet paper and you jam in your ears.
Yeah, that was one of my first stupid buys though, bro. I'll be honest with you, Gloomy. That was to make the 15-year-old me happy for sure. 1000%. It's just badass. This is one of those things that doesn't need another reason besides just how dope it is. Yeah, exactly. Like a star trooper, like a stormtrooper. It just triggered a bunch of Star Wars guys.
Qui-Gon gonna pop in like Waldo here.
What I miss? Oh, nothing really. At least we didn't go back into the range, y'all. You know?
Dude, this week is boring, man. What the hell?
Apparently, I'm getting blamed for drawing the sideways squiggle. It's like, and it wasn't even a call out. This is just me saying, with our luck. But we talk about it all the time, right? Midweek reversals can be consolidations. They're just painful to sit through. Yeah, I appreciate that, Thomas. I do appreciate our freedoms.
So this is gonna be the third attempt of these little support.
Yeah, we've got sort of two ranges that are going on here. Smaller range was built trying to break, but that's not happening. So now we sweep liquidations, come down to SR, and then our measured move from that'll be done. We just hit our measured move from our M pattern that was up here.
Bruh.
Wrong button.
Shazam.
That's the one I was looking for. We're starting to stack up the bottom targets. All you really need is for it to go. If you were in class earlier, we went over how tight the Bollinger Bands are, and we went over my thesis that we're going to have a really big move here in one direction or the other. I think it's to the downside. I cannot, with any sort of guarantee that. What I can guarantee is that the move out of this range is not going to be slow. We've got so much pent up energy here that when those Bollinger Bands expand, they tend to do it pretty violently. I'm going to get rid of this M pattern. I just wanted to find the neckline. If you give me a couple minutes, I'll make sure that the class recording is placed in the Discord, but I'm just now getting back home. So many measured moves. This comes from the original M pattern. This M pattern here had this measured move. This did not invalidate. So the measured move stayed active. This came as close to invalidating as you possibly can. It does tend to get to the point where there's a preponderance of evidence. Unfortunately, because of the size of this W, we can't invalidate this 65.7 until we take out this W invalidation down here. So these moves that they play out basically put a seal in that wall. Then I want to stare at this wall and find out exactly what happens. But I don't expect this to be quick until we actually break ranges. I think everything's gonna be chopped. Stairs up, stairs down. Yeah, gold and silver look good. Yes, it's still coming down. If I'm right and this is a swing fail and we ATH that is swing fail, I'm going to need some cookies. A cupcake, a picture of a squirrel giving me a thumbs up, something. Because that rotation is going to go into this. And it's sort of already starting. No, I want to tell you, and this isn't even I don't even want credit for getting it right, because it's not about getting it right. When it comes to calling the top of the stock market specifically, right? That shit is a notoriously hard thing to do. So all I want is my credit for having the balls to attempt it, because most people don't even. They're just like, I don't know. Bro, look at this chart. And me included, because down here I was looking for topping signals. Like, you know, this is where I called the top thinking, oh, it's gonna be the top or whatever, right? I mean, to be fair, we did drop. Like, this is still significant for 27%, still significant for legacy, but I thought that was gonna be it, yo. I legitimately thought we were gonna top out, wait for Bitcoin to top out, and then everything would just roll out together. This was during the bear. But it kept going. And what I mean by top out is a structural change, right? Not giving the whole thing back, but look at this bubble. Like, technically we did call the bear in the last, but the pop, this pop, right? The pop that breaks structure. Unless we just think that this is just gonna, for the rest of eternity, right? At some point, some levels have to be taken back. Yeah, Neve, I think today's class was important. I need to make sure that I get that taken care of. I don't know how and I don't know when, but this has to come back down to like 5K eventually. These type of bubbles, right, that just go on and on and on with no structural sort of breaks, right? Even in crypto, if you open your chart and it looks like this, pretty sure you're not taking any longs, right, towards the top. The problem is that when they don't create any structure at all, they tend to like give it all back in a dramatic way, right? Which is cool. These were horrible. These were two earth-shattering moments in financial history. The scary part is when you look at that. Again, I don't think we're ever going to give back all of that. Knock on wood. God willing. But you can't help but get a little, you know what I mean? Uncomfortable with the idea that this bubble is way past, like way, way past where it should be. Yeah, I'm just getting on now. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It really sucks that we can't get it together, man, that we can't get it figured out. Not only that, but if you run a protocol, right, how is that not the first thing you do as soon as you have access to AI? Like, we should have found all of this shit a long time ago. But like I was saying in class, at least we found it. I think that's the important part. Yeah, as soon as Bitcoin chills out for a minute, if it does, because it looks like it wants to sweep, but if it chills out for a minute, I'll run through the deep dive that I did in Cypher School for the YouTube because it is important, and I definitely don't want to gatekeep any of that. See how far down have we gotten already? This isn't a flag. This is just a channel. Basically takes you to the neckline of the other. What's going on, my youth? What's good, Ghost? I got my meta glasses. These shits are fat though. I didn't think they were so thick. Pause. It's cool though. That big black nerd glasses look. But I think Connor was just asking about them. Morning, laugh. Was it Connor? Yeah. I like them, but I think I'm gonna get another pair that's just Bluetooth. That doesn't have the camera. Nah, on the 4-year cycle, I mean, I check them just for shits and giggles, but it's done by bar, right? So for me, it's the weekly. But when you start to see, when you start to see it pop up on the monthly, then you are getting close. Where is the Bitcoin chart that I have? So fancy. But nah, you wanna if you look at where price is, what's going on, Kerry? You see how if you go to the daily, if you go to the weekly, it fired early and still sort of went down after. If you look at it on the daily, yeah. For the most part, not a huge difference, but and we only have a couple months left, so that fits. Bro, I'm just glad that some of y'all got to be here from beginning to end. Because this 4-year cycle indicator, like people could always be like, oh well, you just you can cherry pick it, or you could set it to be perfect, or you could, but no, y'all got to watch this play out. Like you got to see us top out at our profit end. You got to see alts top out at profit start. You're gonna get to see those DCA bubbles kick in real time. Now, how much breathing room does your first DCA give you? Both in percentage and time. So you put in a possible bottom before the first DCA here, right? But then you put in the real bottom after. So you would have DCA'd and price. Holy, that is a nice move. Shit. I can't even remember. No, I didn't take profit on this. I should have. Why didn't I take profit on some of that? At 44%, take some profit. But you never promised tomorrow, right? So, but yeah, that's a nice sort of move. And then your second DCA, you would have DCA'd higher. But then it drops 47%. All right, so from where it went off, 25% drop. It being the first DCA, though, you kind of want that. You know, you want to be able to DCA lower. The DCA bubbles did not trigger lower, but you're supposed to buy that no matter what. I don't care if it triggered or not. That move, you're supposed to buy that. And then your last two before it went. So 25%. Wait, 25% and how far away from the low? %, 126 days from the low. I don't think we're gonna have that same issue this time. All right, in 2018, after the first DCA bubble, we went down 10%. And the bottom came in 21 days after. So 120 days after on one, 21 days after on the other. And between 25% and 10%. How far from the bottom? 63 days. And what percentage drop? %. All right. So as far as percentage drops, as far as percentage drops, 25%, 9%, 14%. We still haven't gotten the first bubble. But if we were to get the bubble right now, where we are, %, is 46. %, is 53. And then 9% is 56. And how far do we have till the bottom? In my opinion, as of right now, just to see if it fits. $63 days. It looks familiar. This is exactly the sort of just to give you an idea. We looked at this in class earlier. But if you were there, you remember I took this overlay, right, and dropped it over this overlay for what we could expect or what I was looking for. coming into this range. Well, from that bubble to that target was 63 days. So we'll have to see what happens in the next weekly close. We could very well get that first DCA bubble in the next weekly close. If we drop, how much time is left? 2 days. If we drop and we sweep these liquidations and we take out 60, I think we get that DCA bubble. But either way, I told y'all, when we get down to mid 50s, I'm starting my DCA. Starting my light DCA, light sprinkles. Because he tried harder to manipulate the stock market than he did crypto. Trump looks at the performance of the stock market as a report card for his presidency. Stock market good, Trump good president. Stock market bad, Trump bad president. I hate to break it to y'all. As crypto friendly as they are, they made all the money they need in crypto the day before he went to get inaugurated. Remember when I did the math that day and I said that this man just 4x'd his net worth in one day? Not 4x the position that he bought. 4x his entire net worth. Somebody who already claimed to be a billionaire before, which I don't think he was, by the way. People give me a lot of hate, but I've said for a long time that I don't think Trump and Floyd Mayweather have as much money as they claim. Well, now Trump does. And Floyd shit is blowing up in his face. So I feel vindicated about the Floyd prediction. He just always moved broke to me, bro. Like, ignore all the pictures, the private jets, the suitcases full of money, all that. Like, he just moved broke. He moved like how somebody who doesn't have money and wants to look like they have money moves. What's good, Leighton? Which is cool. Money ain't shit. But I mean, like, if your whole thing is like money making Mayweather and everybody else is a peasant compared to you, then it does kind of feel like karma when shit blows up. I 1000% believe that, bro. I 1000% believe that. Bro, when he took that the celebrity fight, I was like, bro, stop it. There's no way. Yeah, when Trump came on the news the other day and said, I don't know why everybody's complaining about oil prices. You know what? We have a lot to sell? Oil. And I'm like, bro, are you going to give us some money to fill up our gas tanks or you forgetting about a little aspect, just one little piece of it that you might be forgetting about, Trump? Bro, when he was doing walkthroughs, like club walkthroughs to come through and like be seen at the club, I'm like, bro, you don't move like that when you have the type of money that he was supposed to have, and he's touched over $1 billion in his life on paper. He pulled a Jesse Livermore on us. It was all marketing, bro. Right? Trump does exactly the same thing. When it was Pretty Boy Floyd, nobody cared. He was just as fast. His defense was just as good, right? But nobody cared. Pretty Boy Floyd, who cares, bro? But money making Mayweather, the guy that pisses you off, but people were flying across the country to watch him get knocked out just for the hope and the chance that they were at the fight where he got knocked out. Brilliant when you think about it. You know what I mean? People hate you. They'll pay more attention to you than if you're just blah, you know? People have to either love you or hate you. He's the first one that came out that was like, shit, hate me. Please hate me. Not arrested, but have his shit taken away. I've never rooted to see anybody in jail unless they did something to a woman or a child or an old person or something like that. But knocked off a high horse, you know, would be nice. I don't know if it's romantic of me or what, but I still live by the idea that karma plays its part if you just give it enough time. Yeah, exactly. He was really good at looking like he had tons of money to everybody on Instagram. Because that's easy, bro. All you need to do is take some money out of the bank, put it on the table. I don't know how many times he took a picture of that same $1 million on the dining room table or the bathtub or it's like, bro, nobody with money does that. That's new money shit. And I respect it. You come from nothing and you finally touch some paper. Yeah, go roll around in the bathtub in it, do all of that shit, get it out of your system. You know what I mean? But it's been 20 years in the game now, you know? $50 is hilarious, though. 50 was on Floyd's neck for the longest time. He wasn't buying none of that shit. 50 said he's not lying to you about being rich. He just can't read. So he doesn't know he's broke yet. Yeah. Oh, God. Listen, before when I had nothing better to do, bro, 50 was the level of petty that I aspired to. Like my spirit animal. Nah, you just got to take people's word for it. You just go up to your accountant every day, like, we're good? Like, yeah, we're good, bro. Don't worry about it. Go buy another Bugatti. Well, I mean, he literally sat down with Robert Greene and wrote a second version to 48 Laws of Power. This is who we're talking about here. 50 Laws of Power, if you haven't read it, it's actually really good. But 48 Laws of Power is a must read. Robert Greene called 50 unnatural. He said he followed all 48 Laws of Power without reading them. So he asked him to write the amendment with him. It's like, damn. You know, what's going on, you man? Oh, shit. I think a very important thing to do when you first um get to where you whatever the number is in your head, right? Everybody's got a different number. But whenever you get to that number where you feel like I made it, you need to go take a vacation around some billionaires. Just go to Monaco or go to, you know what I mean? Just go to F1 race in Monaco for a weekend and then come back home and sit your ass down and humble yourself and get to work. Because there's money and then there's money. Money. It's a great book. A lot of the shit is common sense. But I think the more when you read it, the more common sense that comes off to you. That just means that you're sort of on a good path already, right? Mm. Yeah, that's a good one, love. If more people only Squiggle's still squiggling. $85 drop brings us back into support. Everybody thank Brad for the counter signal. Failed the higher low fractal again. Remember, we went over this. We looked at this and said this thing has failed every single W that it's created since the drop. Don't get too excited when you hear about Michael Burry shorting things. The great short, that was cool. Or the big short. But he's called the top of every market 17 times before they actually top. He's gonna get it right eventually. He's probably got this one right, but don't automatically get excited just when he's in a trade. Because his record has not been that great. Yeah, I can see it coming down 93, 87-ish. Yeah, we're not getting a vote on that shit. I don't think we were ever getting a vote on that shit. No. No, I mean I have a spreadsheet which now is being updated automatically by Claude, which is great. Amazing. But that's just so that it's mostly so that I don't forget I'm holding something. I usually forget I'm holding something. In a position you bought some coin that looked good, blah blah blah, year passes, you like literally forget. So having everything on a spreadsheet is a pretty good idea, at the very least. But I am now keeping a running count of any prediction I made on stream ever. That should be fun to look at in a couple years. Okay, so we have to talk about my Labubu short. I'm worried. I'm gonna tell you why I'm worried. I don't know if you guys know the streamer Cinna, but she's got these girls on Twitch in a chokehold, and she just did a marathon. Oh, I can show you better than I could tell you. Hold on. You got to be well rounded, man. You got to have your ears and eyes and hands in every bucket. So I don't want to see no judgment. You'll understand in a second why.
see my bands. I'm like, who even fucking thought of this? No, you know what's funny? I literally called Rosie.
All right, whatever. None of this matters. Ha ha ha. She bought her some gifts.
Oh, I don't want to get this one.
This
And
is
he
a
got
problem.
it, and I was like, oh, that's so cute. So I just got a
This is a
shit
problem
ton
for
of
me.
it.
So much.
Yes.
And my short.
So you can open some of
Oh,
it.
you got like freaking, what the hell? You got like every Skull Panda thing ever.
It's bad. It's bad. There's like 3 different Labubu type things that just came out that everybody's getting all hype about.
So there, I was like, oh, that's
Yes,
so
that's my
good.
freaking luck. And it's probably gonna have like tapped in because I feel like people kind of like
So yeah, anyways, moral of the story is I'm looking for the next low to start slowly sliding my way out of my Labubu position. Because the problem is that it's the parent company Pop Mart, right? It has less to do with Labubu and more to do with Pop Mart. So if they're catching heat again, I can't take the risk that something catches fire overnight. And this is what the daily looks like. No, it's not. What am I doing? What's wrong with my chart? Bruh. So this is my Pop Mart short. Nothing crazy yet, right? But like I said, this next drop down, I'm probably going to take it. I was thinking about just running it. Like I was thinking about, Pop Mart's just going to die. Like maybe this is the beginning of a short that literally just takes me all the way down, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think they're going to catch support at one of these 2, and I am going to be out of this trade. And now, unfortunately, have to watch Senna as part of my research. There's worse things to be forced to do, but as long as one of these like K-pop stars doesn't get their hands on one of these new toys, I should be okay for a little while. And this is the type of thing, if you're going to be investing, shorting, longing, investing in anything pop culture, you got to keep up. It's better than Forex, bro. I was watching like Canadian geese migration patterns.
look at the real world assets are dropping like crazy, huh?
Everything is, bro. People are getting out of the way.
Okay, Canton's down to 8, man. That's crazy.
It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I don't even want to look at the chart because I don't want to scare it away, bro. My screener, it popped up on my screener earlier.
I know you were watching it, yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's already in my 2026 bull market watch list.
And Ando has a lawsuit right now too, so that's the drop. Ex-owner's mother's suing them, and she's trying to get the CEO fired and everything. I don't know, but she wants control of the company, so
What do I do?
that
I obviously underestimated where my buy zone should be. Now at this point, you're literally talking about SR flip or new lows. But I do have to admit this is in DCA zone. CC, in my opinion, is in DCA range. That doesn't mean it's not going to drop lower. That just means I would be happy personally if it stopped here and went sideways forever and this was the bottom. I wouldn't be upset at this price personally. Now, if I bought here and it dropped another 20%, then I'd probably be swinging at the air, but that's what DCAs are for, right? And you have to look some of the rest of this shit then. Okay, no, I was going to say everything else is a decent distance away from XLM. I'm looking at DCA under 11, buy under 10. We might not even get this shit, bro. At some point, we've got to accept the fact that we might not even get good Tron entries, yo.
No, I think it's strong.
Like, what the hell?
It's a lot of use.
These are two bull markets, right? These are two different halvings. Tron is only one of the handful of coins that's outperformed Bitcoin 3 bull markets in a row. How crazy that is. If you would have told me that stat before I knew it, I wouldn't have guessed it. Right, look at TRX, ETC. Did I do it again? This is that TRX coin. I mean, yeah, this isn't right. Hold on. Look at this. That's against Bitcoin. Like, that's not USD value. That's Bitcoin value.
Crazy.
What does that? Binance did it for 1 year and we were like, what the hell? But look, this is where everything went down. Basically, the best play was sell your Bitcoin at the top for 126 and buy Tron and sit on your ass. That's it. That's the play. The same thing with BNB last year. If you look at BNB, BTC.
Yeah, BNB was crazy.
Right, that thing took one little dip. I mean, at least it dipped. Tron didn't even dip. Nuts. XLM BTC is in a 2-year long accumulation. Tron BTC we just looked at. Sol BTC is about to give up some ground. Look at CC BTC right now, bro.
It's just crazy. Look at that thing.
Yo, you want to talk about a crazy prediction? I want to meet somebody that did that. You get a free membership because to sell your Bitcoin at the top of the market and just YOLO into Tron. In retrospect, was an amazing play, but at the time would have been a crazy thing to even say out loud. And then ETH BTC, obviously. Remember what I said about ETH BTC? As soon as this fails, alts are going to lose their shit.
Yep. Have you looked at Ando at all?
Yeah, look at it right now. As soon as this comes down back underneath this uptrend or downtrend, I should say, or loses this support, alts are gonna get ugly. Yeah, look for decent. That's gonna give it back right now, though. A lot of these had these W's that failed, bro, because of Bitcoin, basically. Bitcoin's W that failed is gonna create tons of W's that failed, which we know are just slow breaking W's that create like bear flags. On those line in the sand is gonna be taking out that level right there. See how clean that uptrend is? So anybody long under 32.9 would start to show a little bit of concern. And then that would put in an end pattern that has the possibility of dropping you back down to your lows. If Bitcoin somehow magically completes its M pattern on the its W pattern on the daily, then all of this changes, right? All of these will do the same thing. But if that's it, and we saw the top for Bitcoin, the local top, then these are coming down. And it's crazy because just that move right there, which is basically just losing the uptrend, coming down, playing that M pattern out. Let me make sure I'm not on log. I was on log. It's even worse off a log. Full error on the side of smaller. Where we are now, that's 50% drop. If you just go to the double bottom, that's a 41% drop. What do you mean what's making the chart? We're back at the retest. Bitcoin only has to drop 10, 15% to send alts 40, 45% down. What's going on, Marco? Oh, what's going on with Dom?
Do you really think alts will go 45% down from where they're at?
Yep.
Damn it!
I think they can. I mean, that's not, I don't think that applies to everything, but it applies to 95% of them.
Dude, I was in a good mood till that.
I
I
mean,
hear you though, man. I mean, this last dump they gotta take a hit on the last dumpy dump, right?
I just don't see how they hold. Like my same argument for how does Bitcoin hold when legacy drops is like, well, then let's run that forward. How does Bitcoin hold when legacy drops, and how do alts hold when Bitcoin drops? If Bitcoin's gonna drop when legacy drops, unless we can keep legacy from dropping, yo. I take all of this shit back. All of my bottom targets, everything except for the date, all of that shit gets taken back if we can keep legacy from falling. If you guys can come together and figure out a way to keep NASDAQ and S&P from retracing 20 to 30%, which is what I think is coming, then we can talk. I'll look at Circle. Give me a second. I mean, trust me, I get up every day and I do research. And my research, it's just like my trades, right? I told y'all that my default is I'm ready to trade at every time. So to keep myself safe, I look for reasons not to trade, right? But when I get on and I start doing cycle research, right, I don't get up and look for reasons that the bull market isn't over. I do exactly the opposite. I look for reasons that I could be wrong because I'm wasting my time if I'm just going over the same shit. I'm looking for what's happened over the last 24 hours that can change my perspective on where we are. And then when I don't find anything, that's what strengthens my conviction, right, in my thesis. Because it's easy to go out and cherry pick. You know, you can come up with any thesis right now and go out and find 60 people that agree with you with 80 beautiful charts. And, you know.
There was just another crypto ban over the last few days, wasn't there?
Yeah, I think we've got to do the deep dive on that audit. Because I don't think a lot of people in YouTube chat, put a 1 in chat if you were in class, or put a actually better, put a 1 in chat if you haven't seen the deep dive on the Bitcoin audit that was done today.
Russia just approved new crypto law for regulated retail trading.
Yeah, the regulated part means it's just oligarchs. It's basically their form of accredited investor, but it's all his homeboys.
There's a lot of going on with mining too lately.
There's a lot of money. Though.
Governments are rewriting the rules in 2026 about crypto mining.
There's really no way to sugarcoat it. Like they did find some disturbing shit when they audited the
Minnesota
Bitcoin
banned
network today
crypto.
for the third time.
What?
Oh, they banned it on ATMs. Never mind. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That would be wild if they really did ban it. That would just be so like that would be unprecedented.
They
Like
banned
would
crypto ATMs.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, if you just would have stopped there and not brought up the ATM thing,
Mm-hmm.
I'd have been like doing my Googles to find out like what's the deal with that. Could you imagine? I mean, I'm not saying there's a lot of people that trade crypto in Minnesota, but there's enough to go. Like, what if you're like a crypto trader as a living? You have to get up and leave? Like, that's crazy.
Guys, the PMI doesn't exist on its own. The same liquidity that's meant to push PMI is what's missing. Like the PMI isn't just a magical chart that when it goes up, everything goes up with it. Right? That's how much it costs to manufacture. Right? The higher costs get. But hold on, let me find that because we should go through this really quick.
Ghost, you getting like hairy knuckles over there?
All right. We'll play this really quick. The Bitcoin Red Team did a full audit of the Bitcoin network after Cold Card got hacked. Right? Cold Card got hacked. It was an exploit that they were worried would be also in other Bitcoin projects. The exploit comes in how your seed phrases are generated, right? The entropy of it, or the unpredictable nature of the sequence that gives you the words seems to be at risk. So we wanted to see exactly how far spread the risk was and what we could do about it. Sunday's class is going to go over step by step how to protect it and actually be able to safely self-custody. But this will give you enough to work on for now. So we're going to go through this real quick, and then we'll get back to the chart, because it actually is really important if you haven't seen it yet. And if you have, then you should probably just see it again.
If you think your capital is 100% secure just because you moved it off an exchange, you are sleeping at the wheel. That is not an opinion. That is the conclusion of an intercepted security dossier that drops a structural crisis in the Bitcoin software ecosystem directly on our desk. A technical red team just completed an exhaustive 30-hour sweep of the entire Bitcoin software infrastructure. The wallets, the swaps, the libraries, the mining pools, the privacy tools, all of it. The plumbing that sits between you and your Bitcoin. Not the blockchain itself, the software built around it. The architecture your capital moves through every time you interact with it. The finding that triggered this briefing? The status is intercepted dossier, and the bottom line is exact. Moving capital off an exchange does not guarantee your security. This briefing is called the Bitcoin Security Blueprint. We are going to break down every data point from this audit, every percentage, every exploit count, every severity rating, and then deliver the 3-layer execution protocol that turns this threat intelligence into an unseizable position. Pay attention on this one. This is not a routine market update. This is a deep dive into the infrastructure crisis sitting underneath every Bitcoin position in the ecosystem right now. The scope of this red team sweep: 30 hours, 390 distinct Bitcoin projects, 391 code bases reviewed from end to end. That covers wallets, mining infrastructure, privacy tools, crypto libraries, swaps, exchanges, and every category of software the Bitcoin ecosystem depends on. The result? When those 391 code bases finished their audit cycle, exactly one came back clean. One single code base out of 391 returned 0 security findings. Every other project in the Bitcoin software ecosystem returned at least 1. That ratio deserves a full stop. 390 out of 391 code bases with documented security vulnerabilities. This highly technical sweep exposes a structural crisis in the software-level infrastructure built around our assets. This is not about the Bitcoin protocol being broken. Bitcoin's core cryptographic architecture is not what is at risk here. What is at risk is everything built on top of it. The tools you use to hold it, move it, swap it, and shield it. That surrounding software infrastructure returned 390 out of 391 compromised. One clean result out of the entire ecosystem. That is the baseline. Now we go deeper into the severity breakdown inside those findings. The total audit logged 4,962 security findings across the Bitcoin software ecosystem. Nearly 5,000 security flaws sitting in the software you rely on to manage, swap, and store your wealth. Do not let anyone flatten this into low-level informational noise. The severity breakdown is what defines the threat level. Out of 4,962 total findings, 720 are classified as high or critical severity. That is every 1 in 7 findings escalating to a serious or terminal category. Inside those 720, 85 are pure critical, 0 ambiguity, direct confirmed attack vectors. 635 are high severity flaws. And the number that should make you stop? Of those 720 high to critical vulnerabilities, only 147 have actually reached the project maintainers who have the authority and ability to fix them. The vast majority of terminal exploits remain unpatched in live network plumbing. They are sitting inside software that is actively being used by tens of thousands of Bitcoin holders right now. No patch in the queue, no fix in progress. just an open attack surface. The funnel runs from 4,962 total findings down to 147 addressed. The gap between those two numbers is the actual threat level you are operating inside every time you interact with Bitcoin software infrastructure. The sector breakdown. Exactly where the rot is concentrated across the network's plumbing, with precise percentages from the audit. Privacy tools top the danger list, with a 24% serious flaw rate. If you are relying on any privacy tool to shield your transactions right now, this data says you are completely exposed. Mining pools clock in at 21.7% serious vulnerabilities. The computational engines securing the blockchain itself are running on code where more than 1 in 5 security findings is serious. Infrastructure and tooling runs a 21.5% critical flaw rate. Swaps and exchanges sit at 20.9% serious flaws, meaning if your decentralized interaction footprint touches a swap or a bridge, you are operating in a sector where over 1 in 5 security findings is severe. Hardware wallets are the only sector that showed structural resilience, the lowest serious flaw rate in the audit at 9.6%. That is the best number in this entire briefing. But the qualifier on this data does not get skipped. Low does not mean mathematically safe. 9.6% is the best rating the audit produced, and 9.6% is not zero. The relative safety of hardware wallets is what makes the next two slides even more critical, because the hardware wallet sector is exactly where the catastrophic failure that triggered this entire 30-hour sweep originated. One sector alone carries more than a quarter of the entire audit's 4,962 findings. Crypto libraries, the foundational code packages that every Bitcoin project depends on for cryptographic operations. 1,385 security findings across 128 projects. That is more than 25% of the full corpus concentrated in a single sector. Every wallet, every swap interface, every mining pool, they all import from these libraries to perform cryptographic functions. A flaw in a core library is not a single project vulnerability. It is a systemic exposure that propagates across every application built on top of that code. One vulnerable library function can simultaneously compromise dozens of separate projects that share that dependency. The critical development on this slide: maintainers have already begun verifying the worst of these reports. Verified reports are confirmed attack vectors, not theoretical risk modeling, not hypothetical exploits, but real confirmed vulnerabilities in code that is actively deployed. The library layer is where the volume of the threat lives. When you interact with any DeFi protocol, any swap interface, any DEX, the smart contract approval you create connects directly to the software libraries that sit in this sector. That connection between your active approvals and the most heavily compromised sector of the Bitcoin software ecosystem is the attack pathway. Defense Layer 2 in this blueprint exists to sever it. On July 30, one of the most prominent hardware wallet brands on the market disclosed a catastrophic failure. The disclosure confirmed that seed generation on affected devices had fallen back to a predictable software routine. The hardware secure element, the tamper-resistant chip specifically engineered to generate true cryptographic randomness, was not being used. Instead of drawing genuine hardware-level randomness from the secure element as designed, the system silently fell back to a software-based routine that only utilized 32 bits of entropy to generate the master seed. That silent fallback, that single point of failure in the seed generation pathway, is what ignited the entire 30-hour red team sweep that uncovered 4,962 security findings across 390 projects. One device, one fallback, one disclosure, and nearly 5,000 documented flaws discovered in the investigation that followed. The precedent this sets goes beyond the hardware wallet sector. If the most security-conscious segment of the Bitcoin software ecosystem, hardware wallets at 9.6% serious flaw rate, the best number in the audit, can suffer a catastrophic silent seed generation failure, no out-of-the-box setup anywhere in this ecosystem should be trusted without active verification and manual entropy injection. Here is the mathematics that makes 32 bits of entropy catastrophic. Cryptographic security is entirely dependent on the size of the search space an attacker must exhaust to crack your private key. When your seed is generated by the hardware secure element using true physical randomness, that search space is effectively infinite. No realistic brute force attack exists. The number of possible combinations exceeds anything achievable by any computing resource, including nation-state infrastructure. When that same seed is generated by a 32-bit software fallback, the search space is capped at exactly 4.3 billion possible combinations. 4.3 billion sounds large. In high-performance computing, 4.3 billion is a joke. Modern GPU rigs and ASIC hardware execute billions of operations per second. A well-resourced attacker can exhaust every single possible 32-bit seed combination in minutes. Not days, not hours, minutes. Hardware secure element randomness is cryptographic infinity. A 32-bit software fallback is a 4.3 billion guess puzzle that breaks in minutes on commodity hardware. Your private keys are only as secure as the quality of randomness used to generate them at the moment of setup. If that randomness came from a software generator running inside a constrained bit boundary, your keys are exposed right now, regardless of how secure the device looks on the outside. The on-chain damage from the July 30 hardware wallet fallback is confirmed and documented. 7,300 Bitcoin addresses drained. 1,596 Bitcoin confirmed stolen from those addresses. Nearly $130 million in capital extracted from wallets that holders believed were in secure cold storage, not on an exchange, not in a hot wallet. Hardware wallets in cold storage that people trusted